Peace.
Peace, you on, right? Melissa Davis. Jarrell Boylan. Oh, Brilliant Elevation, you snuck in? Wait for a few more heads to catch up. A few more heads to catch up. See this? Alchemist to God. That's the green one, Waju. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that 793. Couldn't stop the guy from talking. But yeah, we've been on a roll for about a good month. There's been quite a few challenged individuals coming into the class. Luke Cage. VCR Realm. Yeah, VC Realm, I was, what was your predictions? I'm sure you had some predictions about what's going on with the pandemic. Calm as normally. I remember Calm as normally had a few predictions. How's your predictions working out for the pandemic? Self-Out Bill said my predictions was New York was gonna get locked down, and you thought I was Illuminati when I said that. Yeah, that didn't seem likely at one point. To tell the truth, they just made an announcement today that it might be going back into lockdown. See what happens. If they start forcing the vaccine on people.
Mark of the beast.
Oh, Songbird is the name of that. Is the name of that movie. Yeah, I saw I told y'all, and look, it didn't have no special effects either. I told y'all when they make the movie, when they make 2020, the movie, they don't need no special effects. They don't have to stretch. They don't have to use a whole bunch of dramatic license. They can just tell it like it is. The old Watercon-kite.
I got Star Screen chilling watching me right now. I'll give them to you when I get the next one. Because I know that's your nigga.
Who?
Star Screen. Ain't that your nigga? But I gave you Soundwave because that's me. And I'm also Unicron, of course.
Who's this? VC said, I said they probably have new name germs. And what it says? New vaccines for them and lockdowns mixed with more civil unrest. I mean, we haven't seen the civil unrest. You know, that's another thing. I mean, I've been asking about that
Niggas getting cardio.
in general. You know what I'm saying? What happened to the the outrage that was going on a couple months ago? Like everything has been kind of packed away neatly. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't know if the whole thing was just about getting rid of Trump. You know, so now that Trump is not in office, all the different situations don't seem as urgent as something. Did anybody get right? Olu Graphic said the civil unrest now is more in the political realm. Yeah, you just got people going back and forth. Self-Out Bill said I had a prediction that you was gonna start the alkaline water creeping into the vegan territory for 2021. I mean, well, actually, I have some. I got some of this today. I think this is acidic. $793 said Trump didn't believe in the disease, and his followers did what they do. Did that not helping the spread? I mean, well, the spread is a little bit different this time. You know what I'm saying? At least for me, it hasn't hit as close to home. I don't know, right now, I mean, it could be somebody that I know and I just haven't heard from them, but I don't know anybody that came down with it so far in the second wave. But you said VC realm, more 6 degrees of separation? Do I think fear was a major component in people getting sick? There was something related there. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't, because it's not funny, but, for me, it did kind of seem like that. Like the people who was the most concerned about it, the people that was the most, yo, be careful. Those was kind of the people that came down with it. But you said here, got Encyclopedia Brown. It's always been in sci-fi territory since they're still not clear and many walking around carrying and passing without knowing. Yeah, those is, I was wondering what this was. Yeah.
Fried chicken. There's a place across the street. Break
Yeah,
that.
break it. Wow, boy, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me handle the detail real quick. But yeah, we definitely have. We've entered the sci-fi zone. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. Does anybody know what is the science with the RNA type stuff? And from what I understand, one vaccine is deactivated cold virus, and the other vaccine is using RNA to communicate something to the to your cells, but I'm not sure how it works. No, RNA.
Not DNA, RNA. Different animal.
It's a from what I understand, it's a new technology. You know, it's as W said, they not sure how it works either. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. From what I understand, it's a new kind of technology. You know, there's a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? That you know, it's cutting edge. You know what I'm saying? You know, has there been any? You know, what's the research on this? You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, you know, in 10 years, you know, when you discover that this is the reason why people are growing two heads, you know.
You got down on you tomorrow? You king ain't come here today?
I didn't see him when I came in. I got here about 6 o'clock.
Man, fucking God was up there, right in front of the door. He must have not been. That's just like a red haven. There you go. You here for the movie. Dr. Vine ain't come down?
Nah, I ain't seen him. But you said they're gonna call it evolution. I mean, it's possible. You know what I'm saying? It's not too much you can really put past them. But I'm saying, you know, we definitely in a time right now. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, you got to be careful of, you know, how you put everything into activation right now. You know what I'm saying? Like the choices that you make. You know what I'm saying? Like if you choose to take the vaccine, you know, if you choose to give it to your kids, you know what I'm saying? This is a time when, especially, you know, beware of that. There's actually an experiment. We was talking about that before on the lives. You know what I'm saying? Where a person, you know, just because they got a white lab coat on, right, don't necessarily mean they know what they're talking about.
Exactly. A psychological condition. The Pavlovian dogs you.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
The condition.
So, you know, right now, and then we in that time too, where, right, there's a lot of information, right? There's a lot of data going back and forth, but it's very little knowledge.
Data must be processed into useful information. CIS system science. Computer information is data and is useful information.
This
Data must be analyzed. Thus the analyst.
who's this? Stonks me, man. What's that? Are you like a rapper? It just says Lil. You said, have I heard of your Lord and Savior? Who's Lord and Savior? But, we actually have to, we got to put our technical hats on now. You know what I'm saying? That kind of programming, when you in kindergarten, in the first grade, and, all of the stories and all of the books is about all the stories and all the books is about the friendly officer, you know what I'm saying? The friendly nurse, the friendly fireman, you know what I'm saying? Who you could just trust them. They all supposed to be here to help you. In this instance right now, we can't just leave it up to them. And just in terms of, what's the rest of the predictions? What's the predictions that we making now for 2021? Not just the predictions of stuff that's gonna happen, right? But stuff that we gonna do. Like, did we learn anything in 2020? On different levels. Hopefully we learn something about the political arena, you know what I'm saying? And how, you gotta be more active than just voting every 4 years for the president, because like I said, now we end up in a situation where, we backed into a corner. We backed into a corner where, look, no matter who you vote for, it's gonna be an 80-year-old white guy, right? With, some relationship to racism. But because we didn't have a person that we put in position, whether it's on that federal level, whether it's on the local level, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? We're, to a certain degree, we have like a false kind of sense of freedom, a false sense of, how much activating we doing. See, it's like I said, right now, we're playing like a video game, as opposed to, when kids go outside and play, they make up all the rules. What's out of bounds, what's in bounds, who can play, who can't play. But see, when you're playing video games, right, your imagination is minimal. The imagination that's being activated is the people who've already pre-programmed, that there's nothing that you could do in this game that hasn't already been pre-programmed, right, by the people who designed the game. So that's the level that we in right now. That's the level of, it's a little bit mental retardation. Where the brain power, everything starts to atrophy because you're not really you're not really exercising freedom of thought. And so every little thing, especially, and probably starting at education. Like, see, there's things that, we expect the educational system to do, that's not really what it's designed for. But see, we haven't we haven't looked at the reality, right, of what our role is in the education of the youth. See all the different little things, and don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? People reacted. They should have reacted. But that's what we on right now. We just on the reaction. Meaning, whether we talking about George Floyd, whether we talking about Breonna Taylor, these is all reactions. Nobody's really using a mind power, right, to come up with solutions to say, all right, we're gonna, at least cut down on this happening. And look, we still seeing situations where it just goes to show you the community that you in and the people that you dealing with. Like we had a dude, right? He hit the cop with his car. Like he was being defiant over the lockdown, where they were saying, okay, bars and restaurants is locked down, and he refused to close. And when the cops rolled up on him, he hit one of them with his car, and, he walked into the precinct, walked out, not a scratch on him. But it just goes to show you what it means, to have that degree of participation, in the community. It's one of them things where, see, you can't confuse being political, right, with the political structure that we have here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have a certain political structure, the Democrats, the Republicans, George Washington, George Bush, all of these different people may get you frustrated about dealing with politics in general. But politics is how resources is allocated amongst people that, they may not get along. So we have a political science, right, or the science of politics, right, in order for people to be able to come together for one common cause. Everybody's survival and prosperity. Now, if you don't do that, then the next step is war. But we definitely, and like I said, I've been paying attention since the Democratic debates. During the Democratic debate, every candidate, right, was forced to say what they was going to do about reparations. If you didn't answer that question correctly, right, you got kicked off the stage. To now, you know what I'm saying? You don't hear any of this kind of talking. And see, that's something you gotta understand about democracy, communism, whatever it is. See, the biggest trick, right, dealing with the governments that we have right now is that you have some type of input. Meaning that, see, before, when you was dealing with the monarch system, the king was the whole of the law. If the king said this is how it is, that's how it is. There was no voting, every 4 years, every 6 years. There was no representatives of the people. But the people started to rebel against that situation because the monarchs was not taking care of the people. So, you see the different examples in America. You got the taxation without representation. You know what I'm saying? You got, the French Revolution where, the people in France were starving. And so in both situations, they overthrew the king. Of course, in the French situation, the king also lost his life. So now that left the elite with a problem. How do we maintain our wealth and power, right, and keep the people appeased so that they don't chop our heads off? And so they introduce these new forms of government. But the whole science of it is that you have to, you have to remain informed. Knowledge is the foundation of all things that exist. So if you don't have the knowledge, right, of how to activate in that world, then you're going to be unsuccessful. And one of the things you need to activate in that world is to know what it is that you want. You see, if you just going into this political realm, right, and your thing is, well, we just want Trump out of there. See, in 4 years, you'll be in the same position. Meaning, you've gotten no closer to freedom, justice, and equality within society, right? You've gotten no closer to it. And now you know what I'm saying, you back at square one, voting, for the lesser of two evils or whatever you want to call it. Because you didn't manifest the idea of how you wanted the social fabric to look in your community. That's what we don't do. But you said here, Robert Mugabe held his position for a long time. UK said there was another situation where a colored man closed his door and drove off. Yeah, that's something very real. You know what I'm saying? You had the Kenosha shooter. He aired out the streets, and he's fine. Are you talking about Robert Mugabe? As soon as he stopped cooperating, they cut him off. Trucifer. Yeah, Zimmerman is fine. That's what I'm saying. Like if we look at, that was a whole bunch of noise was made. But I'm saying, and I know a couple of officers lost their jobs, and even that's just for now. A couple of officers lost their jobs, but did anybody get convicted? Did we have any convictions from Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, et cetera, et cetera? See, that's a danger. That's one of those things where, like I said, you could go out there and march, right? But you still got to know what justice looks like for you. Like if you could take control of the George Floyd situation, right, and you know, have it go, however you want it to go, what would that be? Would it be some type of, structural change, in the department? Would it be, the officers getting convicted? See, because if you don't know, then you're gonna get that same speech. We're gonna, have some sensitivity training. We're gonna have some sensitivity training, at the academy. And we're gonna move some cops around. There's people who are stationed in this area. We're gonna station them somewhere else. And then that's it. It's nothing to see here. Move along. See, in this year, we not, see, like I said, half of our brain power, I can't really put a number on it, but a large amount of your brain power is stored in your phone now. Things that people used to have on cap, skills that people used to have, you know what I'm saying? Is now, you just go on Google, or you got an app. There's an app for that. Like, even just directions, being able to find your way from here to there. But we not. This is not the time for that. Duque said there haven't been any convictions since Sean Bell, and even before that, Sincere Born Asiatic says no real change, just things to pacify the people. Be righteous, Said crazy thing is how they always say reform when they changing things. Yeah, but at the end of the day, uh, my take on these things, the way I see it is, when a brother gets killed, that's the system working perfectly. I think that's what it was set up to do. There's no, when you see them shooting at the gun range, there's no kneecaps on you. If they shoot, they shooting to kill. See, these are the things, because like somebody was saying about forcing people to take the vaccination. I don't think it's gonna be force as in if you don't take the vaccination, you're gonna be thrown in jail or something like that. At least not yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's so far. I mean, I've heard things like that, but I haven't seen the proof of it. That they have, like concentration camps to throw everybody in who don't submit to the vaccination. But I think it's going to be a situation where it's going to be connected to other things that you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to travel, you gotta take the test. You know what I'm saying? You wanna go to school. You want your old job back. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you work in some type of government capacity. You know what I'm saying? I think that's gonna be what happens. So, all the different decisions that you make. You know what I'm saying? If you make decisions that, put yourself in a position where, you're gonna have to take the test for, or you're gonna have to take the vaccine, out of desperation. SW said they're going to penalize via restricting access to certain services and such like travel, entertainment, and other outdoor activity. Wordsmith said, you don't got to force no one to take it, and everyone being so petrified and brainwashed with fear about this virus is going to be a line of willing participants. I mean, apparently, you say here we're about to have a Royal Rumble in 2020, in 2021. Those who take vaccine versus those who don't. Pretty much. He said this is where doing the knowledge comes into play. You got to get exemptions and things. Yeah. And you gotta know your rights. Because it's still something constitutionally they can't force you to take medicine. This says here, you just got a letter in the mail from C19 Clinical Trials, or call XYZ for a $750 payout. to take this vaccine? That was for the testing, or yeah, self-I bill. New York banned the exemptions last year, at least for schools. But also, they sent that for you to take the vaccine or for you to be in the clinical trial. I'm saying $750 is kind of low, ain't it? For those that haven't yet tested positive. $750 though. I'm saying they know you could die, right? They probably don't put that. They probably don't put that. They probably don't put that little coinky dink in there that you could possibly die. And when you got this mail, there are reports that the vaccine has caused Bell palsy in some people. Oh yeah, VC. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of people who don't cooperate. So they sent it this week. So they still testing it. Not a good sign. You said one of the politicians suggested that a few weeks back to attach it to the stimulus checks. Take vaccine, get money. That's you said they guarding the vaccine drop-off trucks like they Brinks. Yeah, I don't. That's a whole part of the situation too. How delicately they have to. Right, I did hear about that. The fire department in New York said no dice with the vaccines. I mean, it's just one of those situations where Thomas Romney said all they got to do is give away PS5s with the vaccine. Maybe a pair of Jordans. PS5 with a pair of Jordans. Right, that's what I was hearing too, so far, Bill. That you gotta take 2 shots. Yeah, 793rd, why not? Throw an iPhone, you get the iPhone 12, the PS5s, and the Jordans. What number y'all gonna throw them? You said cats would do it for the iPhone 8. I mean, apparently, if they pay you $750, Atari. I don't think the young people know about Atari. But what's gonna be the what's gonna be the answer to all of this from the people? Okay, right now we just you know sitting around waiting for the next pronouncement from the government. It's gonna be locked down. It's not gonna be locked down. It's gonna be a vaccine. The vaccine is gonna come next year. Now the vaccine is ready now. And then it's like, you try and have it both ways, because, they had to relax a lot of rules. They had to relax a lot of rules as far as, how rigorous the testing has to be in order for them to get approval. Like, vaccines is supposed to take, new medicines, period. It's supposed to take years of development and testing. So if it was taking years before, either this process that you went through right here is not adequate, or you was bullshitting the people all the other time when you was making people wait for years for medicine. So different people, and I am noticing that. Like, see, it's the fire department and the ambulances together in New York. Like, they 2 different, departments or whatever, but the ambulance is a part of the fire department. And fire department, because they the first ones on the scene. And if it's an accident or different things, so they know a little bit about medicine, and so if the fire department is not taking it, to me that's a sign. You had the TRS-80 and the Commodore 64. Ota said the Pfizer vaccine has not been proven in their clinical trials to reduce transmission. What does that mean? You can be exposed to what SARS-CoV-2 virus, the vaccine will at best minimize your symptoms, all the while being an asymptomatic carrier. There's that, and there's also the fact that the virus has been mutating. So you could take the one that's effective against COVID-19, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be effective versus COVID-20 or, COVID-21. Is there anyone on the live who is planning on taking the vaccine? H1N1, yeah, people still get the swine flu or Ebola. I guess so. 793rd said if you work in the medical field, you don't have much of a choice. Jarrell Boylan said emergency approval seems like they skipped over the usual bureaucratic posturing to get it out. Maybe overwhelming bureaucracy instead to get it out. The God I Be said DNA, RNA vaccines have not been used in the U.S. because it is a new technology. Everyone who takes it is a guinea pig. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look, the guys are out with their lab coats on right now. Like everybody who's taking a test, you're being monitored. As you said, you have the emerging technocrats. But is anybody planning on taking the vaccine or, thinking about it? Jabbar Thomas said this country is going to get real crazy in 6 months. It's been pretty crazy around me for the last month of Mondays and Tuesdays. Okay, so Orta I is saying that the vaccine is not truly going to prevent you from becoming infected. It only protects you from succumbing to its worst symptoms. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, with Jabbar Thomas said, well, you ain't seen nothing yet because most people are bucking it. I think that's a part of the, just pacification in America. You know what I'm saying? Where the urgency, not so much of the disease itself, right? But the urgency of the things that, you should be, the precautions that you should be taking, right? To make sure that you don't get caught up, you know what I'm saying? In terms of, you know, a lot of people, they went out and bought cars with their stimulus money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I suppose if you thinking in terms of, escaping where you at quickly, maybe that was your idea of getting a car. But, how many of us is even prepared? Like if it goes into lockdown right now, right? Do we have enough toilet paper? Remember last time, toilet paper ran right out. Do you have different provisions, food, water, et cetera, et cetera? Are you dependent on, some government organization to do what they do? The wordsmith said, I honestly don't see how things can get any crazier as it relates to this so-called pandemic. 793 said, paper towels is already running low. I mean, it is, but I think what the brother might be saying, in terms of it getting crazier, is in Rich Mind, they have a limit on how many products you can grab. Wait, am I out of the loop or something? What's going on? They rationing in Richmond, Virginia? At the grocery store, they rationing already in Richmond. You said, why do you think they're doing it? Um, I mean, I don't really think they doing it. Personally, I think this is just a level of their history. You know what I'm saying? You know, colored people and plagues go together. You know what I'm saying? We just happen to be, with them this time. Like, a lot of the historic plagues, you know what I'm saying, those happened in Europe. Now, one thing you have to, uh, at least when you look at colored people, right? They don't always cause a situation, but they capitalize. And so necessarily to say like, is it man-made or something like that? I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's your question. Am I saying that it's not man-made? I mean, anything is possible, but anything is possible, but there's a tremendous history, uh, with plagues and colored people. So that would be my first, answer if you ask me that. You know what I'm saying? I would say, nah, I don't think it's man-made. So what about the rise of the so-called junk DNA? Is it, what do you mean the rise of it? You think junk DNA has something to do with the situation? Right? We have strands of DNA that we don't use. Um, I'm saying, how are you relating that to this illness? So you said, I suspect that they suspect that all DNA becomes active at some point in time. Why else would we have it? Um, well, let's, for me, when I, see like these scientific theories, like for instance, right there, right, when we talk about junk DNA, you know, it could just be that at this time right now, they don't know what impact those strands of DNA are having on ourselves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things, if you don't know what it is, you don't know what it's for, then yeah, it appears to be junk to you. But I don't think the study of DNA is an over and done thing. Where it's already complete. Um, as of right now, they don't know what it's doing. So you think that the vaccine is doing something to the junk DNA, or the vaccine is somehow deactivating these other strands of DNA? I mean, it's an idea. It's an idea, you know. Do you have any any like evidence or something that would support that? You still there, Jabbar? Don't the doggone teach that our sun is revolving around another sun? Um, now I know they have some teaching about the Sirius star system, which is a binary star system, and one of the suns is revolving around the other one. Um, our sun revolving around another sun. I'm not sure about this, but I'm saying that's still, that's some cultural history right there. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, the doggone and a lot of the observations that they made about, the planet that we on, and beyond the solar systems and things of that nature. But how is that related to the claims about the DNA? Still there, Jabbar? What you said here, oxygen density is caused by the sun? I'm not familiar with this term. What's oxygen density? the sun affects the density of oxygen in our atmosphere. I mean, that seems only logical, but I still don't know what oxygen density is. Do you mean the percentage of oxygen in the air? What is oxygen density? More like its atomic structure or makeup? Yeah, nah, but I'm saying tie all of this in though for us. Uh, what is how is this related to the DNA? So that's ultimately that's a part of showing and proving right there. As you said, if our sun is revolving around another sun, and in the future there will be two suns in our atmosphere. Um, I guess I gotta wait for the rest of that statement. And sunlight affects oxygen, and oxygen determines cell structure. Then it's only logical to assume that more sun means more DNA access. Um, yeah, I don't know about this. Like you kind of switching lanes. We started off talking about, you was making a suggestion that the virus was man-made, and we kind of switched lanes into you know binary star systems. You know, my mind is open. You know, on most things, but you know, in terms of you know, in terms of you know, how this originated, and you know, what was the modes of transmission, and you know, all of this. You know, I'm you know, like I said, my mind is open to you know, to whatever the possibilities may be, but it's I'm not making the connection here.
I know since, look, you see all this right here? Look at this. See what's going on
He
right
said,
here?
according to the colored man, the sun is not in the middle; it's in the front and traveling through space. Hmm. I mean, I'm still not making a connection between that and you know, the possibilities of it being man-made. You know, that's another factor. You know, with the you know, modern society that we in, is that you know, we subject to so many conspiracies. You know, I'm not, see, for me, uh, you know, conspiracies is real. Like all different things, you know, what happened to Martin Luther King, uh, you know, Watergate, what happened to Bobby Kennedy, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, conspiracies used to be on the news. You know what I'm saying? Every night. So I'm, you know, I'm open to, you know, hearing that type of thing out, but sometimes uh we can't we spooked out. Let's keep it 100. Sometimes we spooked out. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes just the regular the regular mundane answer is it just don't fit in with the Hollywood script that we got going in our heads. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we got a script going on in our heads, man, where you know everything is you know, James Bond, you know, James Bond movie role worthy. You know what I'm saying? You know, the diabolical characters, you know, that we see in the movies, you know, we convinced that these people is in real life. You know what I'm saying? And uh, you know, sometimes we give powers to people and events that don't have power. So what I'm trying to say is that I suspect that they are preparing themselves for the possibility that our DNA based on the sun's position will become more accessible. I mean, I'm not you know, in this is my way of seeing things. You know what I'm saying? You said the Egyptians taught that the so-called Sphinx, also referred to as the Leo constellation by the Greeks, they taught that under the Leo constellation, we receive more sunlight and become greater. Um, I'm not, I'm trying to think, what aspect of the precession of the equinoxes would lead to more sunlight under certain zodiac signs. I'm not sure about that one. But see, I'm not I'm not religious. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is, rather you tell me that Jesus is gonna come back and, all the saints is gonna go marching in, you know what I'm saying? And then, we're gonna have some type of salvation, it's gonna be some type of change for the better. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? And by the same token, if you tell me that, eventually the planet is gonna tilt a certain way and then it's gonna be this other sunlight, like, all right, well, what happens if I'm not around when that happens? Then I never get to reach my full potential. You know what I'm saying? You still, the teaching there is the same. You know what I'm saying? When I have to rely on something out there, to happen, and then all of a sudden, I guess, love, peace, and happiness is gonna come about. I generally, I don't I don't agree with those type of theories. You know what I'm saying? Whatever is gonna save us is gonna be something from in here. It's gonna be something that comes from, amongst us, the people, some idea, right, that we bring all the way to where we can see the fruit. You said study the science. I mean, I'm familiar with the science of the precession of the equinoxes. This is something that coincides with our. This is something that coincides with our 25,000 years of history. You said you won't be around or wasn't around for the 23 scientists you read. You got 25 scientists writing history every 25,000 years. Yeah, I was around. See, it depends, on who you, who you see as the 23 scientists. Now when you put the 25 scientists, right? The way I was educated in it, you got the 23 scientists. Yakub is the 24th scientist, right? And Allah is the 25th scientist. You know what I'm saying? So this world that we existing in right now, what we refer to as the law world manifest, you understand what I'm saying? If I wasn't around for that history to be written, then I think I would be having a little more problem living it out. You know what I'm saying? You know, I know these scientists. I know these scientists, what you're saying, you know, and there is some merit, Jabbar, to, reaching back to your own culture and your own history and seeing the signs that the brothers was dealing with, looking at the blueprint, especially when, you're talking about a great civilization like Egypt and all of that, you know what I'm saying? But, uh, you know, we can't just go back, right, and find some other, just kind of, fantastical religious stuff. Like, in reality, like, look, our situation, right, here in the wilderness of North America, it happened on an everyday level. John Harding Hawkins didn't twinkle his nose like this, and then it was slavery. George Washington, he didn't do like a spell, you know what I'm saying? And then it was Jim Crow. You know what I'm saying? And so this kind of magical ideas, you know what I'm saying, that, suddenly it's gonna be something about, how the sun is shining on us, and then we're gonna, reach another level. We still, see, sometimes you gotta realize, man, you gotta be able to look at the principles. See, it's easy to, make fun of the story of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to, question, Fard. But see, anything you telling me about salvation that's happened before I was born or after I'm gone, you might as well keep that. What's the difference? In principle, you still teaching the same thing. You said, why do we believe? You said, but I said, since you won't be around for the two sons to unite, you don't believe or can't accept it. It's just that I don't believe that the saints is gonna come marching in. You know what I'm saying? And scientifically, I don't know, would that be a good thing? Like if there was another sun that suddenly just came in our solar system, how would that impact the body? Like right now, the amount of light and heat that we get is regulated. You know what I'm saying? We in a particular, a particular zone of existence. Where you talking about the temperature, the atmosphere. You talking about, water being on the planet. All of these different life support systems that's here on the planet, right, is calibrated to us having one sun. Why do you believe the earth is revolving around the sun? Well, again, I don't believe it uh, the the main information, right, that I use, the main set of facts, I guess you could say, that I use to, that makes me, agree that the earth revolves around the sun is the ability for the science that says that, right, to explain all of the things that happened in the past. Like it explains why, every 365 days we see a resetting of the cycle. And it can predict, right, things that happen in the future to a certain precision. Where if they say it's going to be an eclipse, right? They say it's going to be an eclipse at 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, it's an eclipse. Not 10:05, not 10:10, not 9:30. Within a few seconds of them saying when it's going to be, that's when it is. So because they can apply the science in a way like that, right? To me, that's evidence, right, that the globe Earth, theory, the Earth rotating around the sun, theory, whatever, however you see it, that informs me that that is correct. Everything in the universe is revolving around something. Okay. What if they are the cause of all the above to happen using heart? Knowledge that I see man-made is just a manipulation of nature. Either they're in labs actually manipulating existing diseases through study, or they dealing with animals too close and it's crossing. You said, okay, so what makes you think that our sun is not also revolving around something? I don't think I said that the sun is not revolving around something. My difference, only thing is what I'm saying is, that's happening, right? Because it's something inside of me. Like, the planet Earth is a heavenly body. And when you say heaven, or people who, that's their worldview, right? When they say heaven, they looking up. But all of this right here, including where we at, right, is a part of the heavens. So I don't see myself as separated from what's going on in the universe. Set up a live. I'm on the phone today. I had to broadcast from the phone. I didn't get a chance to get on the regular computer today. Now, but when you saying here, right, set up a live to discuss it. So what is the what is the crux? What is the of what you saying? Like what is the when we set up the live, what title should I put it on it? Like what is because you covered a lot of bases. You know what I mean? From junk DNA to ancient Egypt to binary star systems. So what is this idea? But one thing you gotta practice, Jabbar. Now, see, I'm a builder. I understand building. I understand what's called dialectic. Is the wordsmith in the room? Wordsmith, can we get a definition for dialectic? See where we come and we could discuss ideas. You know what I'm saying? But, in order for it to be, worth our time and energy, we need to, have facts and evidence to back up our ideas, and to show people how we arrived at certain conclusions. O'Malley uses that term a lot. Who's O'Malley? But yeah, can we get a definition on that, wordsmith? But I'm saying the thing what you trying to express, Jabbar, you know what I'm saying? One thing you got to practice, and this for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's not just for you, this for me too. You have to, when you building, you have to be able to explain what you saying to a 5-year-old. Like that'll just help you in being clear and concise with your understanding. You know what I'm saying? You want to be able to break things down so that children can understand what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? The brother from the Uhuru movement. What is the Uhuru movement again? I know what this is. So and look, we got to be able to take it to that level too. Well, now I know you can't go all the way in, but I'm just saying, what is the idea, right, that you expressing? Like without going into all the details, just saying that, what your first point, I guess, is your first point is about the possible origins of the virus. You know what I'm saying? And, like I said, you went through a lot of topics, you know what I'm saying? So there was also about, what is the junk DNA? What is its purpose? Because and see, this is why we need what's the name, because you could go through all kinds of rabbit holes. The idea that these people behind this pandemic could possibly be tied to Madame Blavatsky teachings who subscribe to these things, including Bill Gates. Oh man. So now we at HP Blavatsky, you know, I mean, I don't want to discount these people. You know what I'm saying? You know, these kind of ideas, that started being manifested, in the middle 1800s, going into the 1900s. But I don't know. Like I said, sometimes, you know, devilishment is not perfect. Right, the 1800s, the Rosetta Stone. Now look, that's one of the things that now we talking. You know what I'm saying? Now we talking. I do agree with you right there. Is that once the Rosetta Stone gets deciphered, you know what I'm saying? You do start to see a high level of invention. From automobiles to light bulbs to record players, the telephone, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? But some of these people, man, I guess you got H.P. Blavatsky. So, how do you see? What's the guy's name? Crowley, Aleister Crowley. Okay, so if the Egyptians knew all that, then why would you suspect they would be wrong about the two sons? I mean, I don't know those would be their teachings. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not, like I said, I'm not religious. You know what I'm saying? And I don't, they could be wrong about something and still be great. They can still be the gods. You know what I'm saying? I don't, we get, see, there's some ideas that we picked up in the religious world of Jesus, being perfect and, uh, the pilots of the mothership, never seen a woman or what, these kind of things, they could be wrong about the two sons. You know what I'm saying? And it still takes nothing away from the civilization that they built. You know what I'm saying? Positive elevation always corrects errors. That's just the science, man, of life that we dealing with. We deal with trial and error, trial and tribulation. This is how we learn. You understand what I'm saying? That's not me. You know what I'm saying? Where, look, sometimes a person have to go through something, man, just to learn what not to do. It might don't seem obvious to them not to do that. See, where you mess up at is when you stay stuck. You understand what I mean? When you stay stuck with that, what you doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? But, like I said, when we looking at Egypt, right, there's other pyramids. Like we see the perfect ones over there, right? The Great Pyramid and the Sphinx and all that, but there's other pyramids that's not so perfect. So what that's telling me, right, what that says to me is that this was a learning process. They didn't just jump out one day, from a cave after, being spoken to by an angel and given the specific measurements.
You must say bloody when you come around.
You know what I'm saying?
You want to be British, you don't.
This was something that they learned how to do from applying the science, applying the knowledge on how to build and all of these things over centuries. You know what I'm saying? They real people just like we real people.
You think so?
We was never in caves, okay?
I don't even know how
Nano machines and nanotechnology. So wait, you said 2 suns every 26,000 years? Nah, that's not the
that's around the time
that's not teachings of the Egyptians as I know it, and that's not astrology or astronomy as I know it. Philip Deshazor said the pilots never seen a women. Yeah, you didn't know about the those are the baby planes. They have pilots. They never smile. They never been with a woman. Of course, those two things probably go together. Yeah, the baby planes. You don't know about you got the mothership and then you got the baby planes. Yeah, I'm not an expert on it. So, Jabbar, you said the European is hiding that we was never in the caves? The Europeans is hiding the teachings of the 2 sons. Well, what would be the benefit of hiding it? Like if they're hiding, because this is not something that they're gonna be able to stop from happening. Like if you have a sun that's entering our solar system, this is not something. They don't have like a beam or something where they can just kind of knock that sun back someplace. But do you think who's that said that? Was that Philip Deshazor? Do you think that nanotechnology? We think that's some type of part of this vaccine? says, study their science. They can't stop it, but they can prolong the effects of it. Yeah, I'm saying, and how long have they been hiding this? So that's what you think, that we could be getting hit with some nanotechnology. Well, actually, like I said, I haven't researched all the way into it, but in terms of the RNA and what the RNA is doing and how it's communicating with your cells and everything, that is a level of nanotechnology. You know, RNA, of course, is a natural substance. You know what I'm saying? RNA is not man-made, but the way it's being manipulated, you know what I'm saying, to affect you on a cellular level like that. I think we the how they say that ship has sailed. It's what's going to merge man with machine. I mean, man is already pretty merged with machine right now.
Peace. Pardon some. Two things. One, this is cool. It's a good prototype. I think the young cats will like it. I like the purple in it. I heard that somebody from the program did it yesterday from AIG.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever did that, I want to build with them. Two, my sister's coming to pick me up, so I'll swing by again tomorrow, okay?
All right.
Peace, God. Peace to the gods. Peace to the earths. Peace to the babies.
So you saying that it's logical? Yeah, that's they saying. As old Day. Yeah, Philip Deschazor, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, quantum physics. We have to be well versed in this stuff now. Like all this stuff is all around us, you know what I'm saying, being used. We being asked to, take vaccinations that's using this kind of technology, you know what I'm saying? Do we even know what it is? You said it's logical if you're studying the whole story of just getting bits and pieces.
Get a flashlight, that's what we need. We got a flashlight next to it.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that though. The jury is still out. The jury is still out on that one. In terms of two sons, and then what is the extra light? What is this? What impact is that supposed to have? Yeah, I guess that's what he's saying is that two suns will appear in the sky. Right? They telling us how sunlight affects DNA. I mean, well, what else can the sun do? You know what I mean? You know, the sun has been there. Uh, you know, was there another time before when the sun was having this impact on people? I don't understand. Who's Taylor Andrea? I was watching Waking Up with Taylor Andrea out of Boston, and she explains how people could legally refuse the vaccine based on medical dangers. Yeah, and it's still constitutionally, they can't force you to do that. She said Fard talked about two stars that appear, a red one and a blue one. Nah, I didn't hear that one. He says that the ancestors said said it does what. All right, so Philip Deshazor was saying that refusing the vaccine would be based on the fact the medical field does not want to fully disclose information about the vaccine production. So all the ingredients is not even known. Hmm. Queen Medina said she's waiting to see what happens when these jobs start to require you to take the vaccine. And that's what I was saying, you know, is that everybody needs to be careful, you know, about the decisions that you're making, you know, because, you know, that's definitely a tactic that I could see them using, you know, where, you know, once people is in a desperate enough situation, you know what I'm saying, to where they offering you, you know, like the brother was saying, you know, your next stimulus check or whatever, you know, when you provide proof that you had your shots or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that's something that you got to be able to see ahead. You got to be able to see further, you know, than people been seeing right now. You know, we just kind of reacting to whatever happens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so, but you said they did that to your kid's mom. She had to take chemo to get her disability? Man. I'm saying I know about the precession of the equinoxes, but in terms of two suns, that's like, is there a particular book where they speaking on this? Queen Medina said if you sign the dotted line without reading the employment contract, you could unknowingly sign up, especially the health and hospital workers and nursing aides. So Francis Gracelle, Gracelle. Francis Gracelle is the one who, what's the title of it? The wordsmith said COVID is the new mystery devil. Mr. Green once said I was doing a knowledge to a vaccination exemption form and a document called a vaccination guarantee letter, which requires the doctor and nurse's signature guaranteeing that it is safe and doesn't cause the disease. So you will forward all of the supporting evidence that clearly shows that the ancient teaching is logical. Do we have any other, how would you say, I mean, I'm trying to look at it from this point of view that you're saying in terms of logical, uh, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily see it as logical. Because, to a certain degree, I'm still kind of waiting on that too, which, like you said, when we get a chance to go live and you can come on and speak, you might be able to clarify it a little bit. But I don't, there's just some steps there that's missing for me. Is the sun standing still or is it moving through space? Okay, it's moving through space. Philip Deshazor said the sleight of hand is real. Sometimes we should refocus and see what else is happening simultaneously. That is a very good point. That, it's smoke and mirrors all around us. You know what I'm saying? Distraction. While we distracted about one thing, what are the other, pertinent things that's happening? You said if it's moving through space, then where is it going? It must be on a set path. I don't know about that. Why hasn't the moon slipped away? I mean, these are, so I would say gravity. In this letter that you're talking about, Mr. Green one, this is like nationwide, or is it a particular state? You said, what's holding the moon to our law? Exactly, gravity is the law. Yeah, I don't see where this is, how that's related to, I don't see how that's related to, there being two suns in the solar system. And so here's a question, what should we be, what should we be doing, I guess in preparation of these two sons appearing at once? Okay, so you're saying that the letter of guarantee is applicable state to state. And how does one find this letter? Like, was it on a website or something? See if you could put the link in the comments here. You're supposed to be able to do links. I don't know. So you say here, I never said it's 100% right and exact. I'm just saying it's logical. It's nothing you or me can do, but the emergence of the second son causes shifts, calling these shifts Judgment Day. Yeah, see, that's where you lose me though, man. That's where you lose me, you know what I'm saying? When, once we get to, these kind of judgment days, that's why one of my first examples of it is Jesus coming back, to save everyone from the devil or whatever. Religion caused this global phenomenon, Judgment Day. I mean, yeah, I'm not religious. You said religion is just them rewriting the teachings of our ancestors. I can understand that point of view. But and see, this is something, when you're dealing with religion, when you're dealing with religious people, right? You have to be able to make sense of something right now. Like, it doesn't matter if Fard said it. It doesn't matter if Elijah said it. It doesn't matter if Allah said it. It doesn't matter who you talking about. If we only, you know, looking at something as right because a particular person said it, now we dealing with something else. Now you're not dealing with a culture of having a free mind, you know what I'm saying, and doing the knowledge and things for yourself. Now you in a cult of personality where everything really revolves around this person, you know, having this kind of holy person image. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we have to, you know, like I said, the reason we can't do it today is because I'm broadcasting from the phone. So I don't have the links to send out. Mr. Greenwood, where could we get the letter of guarantee? But you know, I'm generally on. Well, I'm definitely on Mondays at 6, Tuesdays at 7. You know, throughout the week, I'm also on. What time is your availability? You know, because you know, we gotta show and prove these things, man. You know what I'm saying? We can't just you know, we can't just make stuff up. You know what's important about these things, man, is we you know, when we base everything on knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Everything that we dealing with, you know, the foundation is knowledge. So you know you can't just be having misinformation. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, a lot of cases partial information. Knowledge is infinite. So yeah, it's always gonna be things you can learn. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you don't want to have partial information. You don't want to have misinformation because you actually going to be activating this stuff. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be, you know, you're going to be teaching other people to activate. You know, based on knowledge. See, that's what happens, you know. And when you go out there, you know, like I said, the one of the places that it's gonna show up is whether or not you have a hard time teaching. All right, so this letter is a template that a brother says he's been using for 23 years. I emailed him for a copy of it, and I'm waiting for him to get it to me. A lot of people have been requesting him for it. And the brother, is he like a lawyer or a doctor? It's the green one? Life, it's the science. Everything is peace. Life said there should be no hard time teaching because you teach by being the example of what is being expressed. And, again, that's what's very important about, having the knowledge that dealing with truth. You know what I mean? Because you can't be an example of something you can attempt to do that, but you can't be an example of something that's contradictory. You got people like that they living, walking, talking, breathing contradictions. You know what I'm saying? All right, you just got out of law school. So Mr. Green once said, Google templates or samples of vaccination exemption form letters, etc., and do the knowledge to state law and federal law in regards to exemption. Who's this? Bastard Case TV from Savior's Island was wondering if the school is open to register. What do you mean if it's open to register? All right, you're going to Emory University of Law. We need that type of specialized knowledge. Yeah, I was Bastard Case TV. What do you mean if the school is open to register? Well, we don't really have a registration process You know what I'm saying? You know, knowing who we are, you know what I'm saying, this is our birthright. So, you know, in terms of you know, registration, you know, you gotta register in your mind. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know, your sincerity, you know, and how much you apply in yourself, you know, is what's gonna cause you to excel at this knowledge. But we don't have a registration process. The school is open. There's classes on Mondays at 6, Tuesdays at 7, Thursdays at 7, Saturdays at 1. How did you, you know, like what, you know, when you say seeking the knowledge, you know, what brought you, you know, in your studies to the 5%? Life Allah asked a question. What was the language we did not take from the devil in the 4th degree in the 114? As you said, all right, the brother who came up with this form letter, he's just somebody who studied and put that together. Yeah, Rob Warren, it's they having a side rally. They at 9 planets now. Well, actually, Jabbar wants to hit the link. We don't have the link today because I'm on the phone. I don't have the app going. Jabbar wants to you know, come on and expand uh, right. You said you always been around the guys around your waist. Well, you know, coming to the school, you know what I'm saying, and you know, experiencing, you know, what it's like to be in the root, you know, meeting different people, you know what I'm saying. But you know, if you got brothers that's over there that you building with, you know what I'm saying, uh, you know, that's where it's important for you to build. You know what I'm saying? Just in order, just saying that, you know, you got to be a resource in that community. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a resource to your family. And you're not going to be able to do that, you know what I'm saying, always going around the root. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, you know, we got 24,896 miles of circumference. And the knowledge has to be manifested in all those places. You know what I'm saying? You know, on whatever level you looking at it on. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking on a political level, right? On the whole 24,896 miles, right? You got, injustice. You know what I'm saying? You got inequality. And those things had to be manifested, you know what I'm saying, in all of those different places. So we can't all be on the same post. You know what I'm saying? Is more important for you to have some brothers that you build with in your neighborhood, whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? And when I say build, I mean activating the knowledge and wisdom on a level where people can see it. Not just on a level where we talking about it. You know what I'm saying? But, somewhere down the line where y'all coming together and y'all lifting a pinky to, help the people that's right around y'all. You know what I'm saying? We could get caught up in the different esoteric levels. You know what I'm saying? We could get caught up in the different esoteric levels, verbally, it sounds good. Mighty Calypsis. Rakim. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. He took us down this rabbit hole of he took us down the path of flat earth. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he needed to, see, it's like I said, man, some of this stuff is it's just contrarianism. Some of this stuff is we end up wanting to be against the devil so much. You know what I'm saying? That we will start to pick up ideas and manifest ideas. Just because it's contrary to what the colored man is saying. You know what I mean? Or you was asking me about Yakub? Or you was asking, who you was asking about Yakub? But yeah, we've been down the Yakub road. Yeah, this is, man, now we got people saying pseudo. Pseudo, well, when I first started hearing it being used in that manner is on Sinetta's channel. Yeah, like tonight we just was kind of building. We didn't have a particular topic. You know, I had kind of started out just, you know, dealing with the current events, you know, and you know, just building on the fact that, you know, with the way that things is getting hectic, you know what I'm saying? We really have to use our knowledge and wisdom to save our life. You know what I'm saying? Like every decision that we make, you know, especially if it's an uninformed decision, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, decisions that's made on an emotional, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You know, this is not the time that we in right now. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, you going to law school, you know, a lot of things in terms of, you know, do you have to take the test? You know what I'm saying? I mean, do you have to take the vaccine? You know, knowing the law, you know what I mean, could save your life. You know what I'm saying? You know, actually, you know, these things, we got to research into, you know, what is in the vaccine? What is it made of? You know, how does it work to affect the body in the way that they saying? You know what I'm saying? We can't just, you know, we can't just set up home. And in general, you know, just in general, that's the state that society has people in right now. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, people don't look at things for themselves. You know, people don't actually go through research. You know what I'm saying? And a lot is just taken on face value. You know what I'm saying? But in this day and time, you know, you know, some of the things like we was discussing, uh, you know, that, you know, one vaccine is a deactivated cold virus. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the 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 uh, the other vaccine, apparently it uses RNA somehow to communicate something to your cells. You know what I'm saying? And it's a new technology, so you know what's the impacts and what's the long-term effects of it. I don't think they know yet. You know, these is the things, you know, we actually have to take our education to that level now. Yes, yes. Oh yeah, I didn't finish saying it. Yeah, pseudo is something that's supposed to be, but it's not. What happened, Life? They took your link. Well, I don't know why I don't see it on my what's the name. Jabbar says, I was simply saying these people may have an ulterior motive behind the vaccines because of the Madame Blavatsky teachings. The Madame Blavatsky teaching says that so-called junk DNA can be made active. Uh, well, Madame Blavatsky, uh, I'm not, like DNA wasn't known about during the time of H.P. Blavatsky. DNA was DNA was known. I'm saying DNA was that was discovered in the late 1960s. Um, H.P. Blavatsky, uh, she, I'm not sure how old she got to be, but I know her theosophy movement uh, that was growing in the 1880s and 1890s. DNA was made public when they began to understand it. I mean, so when are you saying that DNA was discovered? Yeah, they go in on Elijah. Yeah, I tell you, you gotta know how to speak Elijah's language. But yeah, is there some evidence about DNA being known before the 1960s? Yeah, the Rosetta Stone and DNA is two different things, though. Cosmogenesis. What is cosmogenesis about? So you said that that suggests to you that there's information that they obtain that they are being secret about. I mean, you know, that, I mean, we need some facts. Did the Egyptians know about the pineal gland? Well, the Egyptians, you know, they dealt with embalming. You know what I'm saying? They knew about you know, the internal organs of the body. Now, if you're saying that you know, all these different sciences about the, you know, all these different sciences about the pineal gland and you know, calcification and all of these things of that nature, I don't know if they knew about that. Rabban said no papyrus speaks about any special powers about third eye pineal gland. What you say here? Also, people like Malachi Z. York, Taj Tariq Bey, Duke of Tears, Bobby Hemmett, even Phil Valentine, people will call these people pseudo, even though they are all considered great teachers. You know, you know, it's that sometimes you know, sometimes when we looking at the past, right, to you know, times when we was having more glory, you know, as people, you know, times when we was great, right? Sometimes we start taking things too far. And that's when things, you know, can turn pseudo. But like if you come and you tell me that, you know, the original man is great, the original woman is great, you know, these different things that we accomplished. But when you start to, you know, speak about things that we don't know to be true right now, we can only accept the truth of it, you know, in accordance to, you know, whatever story it is that we hearing at that time. You know what I'm saying? So, once you start getting to, us having special powers, that's when you get people like Bobby Hemmett, that's when you might hear people call him pseudo. So you want Jabbar wants to go head to head with Encyclopedia Brown. Who you said is criminals with knowledge? Nah, I mean, to me, it's not logical. Well, for one thing, first of all, right, I don't know those to be the teachings of anyone. That every 25,000 years that this turns into uh, a binary star system. I mean, that's possible. You know what I'm saying? That I don't have, it's possible that I don't have the knowledge that it would take for me to see. How did the doggone know of Sirius B? They could see it. Those is observations. How could they see it? By looking at it. Well, that's what they claim, that they looked at it. I mean, do you have some other knowledge pertaining to how they were able to see it? That would mean they have extraordinary strengths. I mean, yeah. mean, people, we see stars all the time when we look up in the sky. I mean, I'm not aware of how that would be, a superpower. He says, since you don't accept that our universe rotates, Sirius B is undetectable by the physical eye. So, I mean, are these two things connected? I'm not understanding. And I mean, I also, I said that uh, the sun is moving through space. So life suggests you read the Serious Mystery book by Robert Temple. Rob Warren said conversations with Ogo Chameli are outdated. No, I understand that the universe is moving, but you have a specific destination that you're saying is moving to. That's the part that I don't know. So Jabbar said Robert Temple is a liar. Robert Temple, the guy who says 200,000-year-old Ankhs in South Africa. True divine. So Kareem said extraordinary strength is possible and not spooky. This is what all the Eastern holy books tried to do, turn you to a monk, but here you eating McDonald's, breathing dirty air, smoking unnatural herb. It ain't happening. You saying everything is on a path. I mean, this kind of like, predestiny. I'm just not, those are things that I left behind me in Christianity. You know what I'm saying? The things that we do is what's causing the events in our lives to happen. You know what I'm saying? There's no preordained, you was going to be a doctor. No. If you go to medical school and you excel at the subject matter, then you'll be a doctor. You understand what I'm saying? These is one of these kind of ideas that, we can use them to kind of absolve ourselves of the responsibilities, you know what I'm saying, for the things that happen to us and around us, when it's, this is God's plan and all of this kind of stuff, is actually the things, the ideas that we manifest. You know what I'm saying? The things that we do, the things that we say, the ideas that we have is what shapes and molds our path. You know what I'm saying? And in our journey, which side of the street we on that journey, all of those things are decisions that we make. Like I said, the doggone history states that they are descendants from ancient beings, and the key is to read, then do your own research. We take nothing on face value, but we use references for clues. Jawad Thomas said, I'm talking about the laws of objects in the universe. I mean, yeah, I guess, whenever you're ready, you have to, the wordsmith said, I agree, we do make the decisions of the life paths we choose, but genetic predisposition is a factor as well. Yeah, it's a factor. You know what I'm saying? You know, but the DNA still has to react within an environment. You know what I'm saying? You know, the fields is new right now, but when you deal with what they call epigenetics, you know what I'm saying? You know, all of these things. It's one of the things like this. You could have genes, right, in your DNA that say you should be 7 feet tall. That might be with the information on your DNA, but see, if you don't get the right, early childhood nutrition, right, then that's not gonna manifest. So yeah, there's certain tools that everybody has. You understand what I'm saying? I understand that part. But your path and your journey is based upon, you know, in some cases, yeah, decisions that your parents made. You know what I'm saying? But we reach an age of responsibility where these things is based upon what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And even when you deal with a person's, genes, what kind of possibilities is already written in your genome, right? That's still a real life thing. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that, is you got some people up there at the pearly gates making these decisions. You know what I'm saying? As W said, a lot of that stuff is early hallucinogenic sessions. You saying like in terms of uh, people saying that they have altered states of consciousness. Kareem said, when I talk about monks, I don't mean seeing in the future or nonsense like that. I mean kingdom ruler master. A monk is a mental bodybuilder. Jabbar said, I approach all topics with an open mind and consider as possible all things that is possible. Life said if the universe is expanding, we must use our minds to expand as well. What is the mind using? Mathematics? I recall asking my big brother Dumar Wadi this question as a young guy. SW said, don't set up a plate of sweets for Santa kids, save yourself. You know, we you know, I mean, I'm having an open mind about what you're saying. District 120 said, you seen that monk who was using, I think, Qigong or a technique where he plays with the ions and causes his opponent to be hit without touching him. See, this stuff is not, you know, you don't want to try that technique in a real fight. Let's just say that. You don't want to, you know. See, there's such a thing, right, is called a logical fallacy. Like, that's a whole thing, you know, something that it's a logical fallacy, meaning that, you know, yeah, it's logical, you know, that, you know, you could somehow project mental energy, you know, to affect ions around you. You know what I'm saying? You know, and being that everything is made of atoms, you know, this stuff is you know, and it could be in the realm of possibility. It could be. But I just want to use it in a real fight. You know, I saw a guy, you know, I seen a couple of people. Mr. H said, I know chi is real. Why is the devil launching projects to block out the sun? I don't know about these projects. What are these projects? So we have Knowledge said chi is real. Queen Medina said chi is real. Google what? Chi? Oh, Google the projects that they blocking out the sun. I mean, Mr. H said, I meditated for about a half an hour when I sparred and went for a jump kick. I floated for longer than normal. Well, right now I can't Google because I'm on my phone. So I can't Google without cutting this off. Yeah, I don't have the pictures today, 793rd, but yeah, we definitely out. We've been out towards the edge for a while now. So Life said the project is called Stratospheric Controlled Perturbation experiment. And what is this? What is this? Is this about global warming? And what is the? You can feel heat building in your hands. All right, I did hear. I didn't know the name of this project, but I did hear about. Is this something where they supposed to be putting like I think it's like silver or maybe mercury or something in the atmosphere in order to reflect some of the sunlight off, and it would reflect some of the sunlight off and affect global warming. That's it. And so we have the chi. Queen Medina says she moves ki. Your speculation is that they trying to buy more time. So chi and ki pronounced the same. Okay, so like the chi, right? Like how do you identify it? So chi is the building of energy in the body. They have a machine they were using to pull moisture from the air, let it collect and condense, and then use it to provide water to depleted regions. But we kind of got two questions here on the table. One is how do we identify the chi? I said, think if they block the sun's rays, will that really help climate change when the Earth's inner core is what is causing many things to happen? Read the eighth degree in detail. Yeah, and then you also have the issue of you're going to deal with a situation that's caused by pollution in the air, right? Because you got the greenhouse gases being emitted, right? So you have a situation with pollution in the air that's causing global warming, and you're going to solve this problem by putting more pollution in the air. So that's just one of those things. Earth's solid metal inner core is a key component of the planet, helping to give rise to the magnetic field that protects us from harmful space radiation. VC Realm said they had pre-made droplets they dropped from an airplane over the sky at a certain altitude. Right, knowledge, I don't think blocking out the sun would stop climate change. We'd only end up with another set of problems. Pretty much. Also, I said a lot of alchemists looking to turn lead into gold while overlooking that Allah universe is the gold, yet settled to be lead, thus stuck with what? Lead. What you said here, Jabbar Thomas, now these devils talking about they can control the Earth's magnetic field. There's also weather machines that create rain. Life asks a question, what are the 7 layers of the Earth? Now, I know about the heart machine. Why would the devil try to save the planet? Because this is his home too. So I'm saying, because this is, as you said, he's not if he can't prolong his life. Um, I mean, is he prolonging it or are we prolonging it? District 120 said he's been making animals go extinct, and cutting down trees, destroying the rainforest. Don't sound like he cared for the crib. Jabbar says he's prolonging it with his science. Is he prolonging it, or are we prolonging it by not activating at our fullest potential? Like, does he really have the power over that? Seven layers life got here. Crust, mantle, core, lithosphere, asthenosphere, mesosphere, outer and inner cores. Well, some of this stuff, so you saw them using the heart machine in Texas, VC realm. Some of these, see, do we have any aspect of reality that is not involved with the conspiracy? Because that's, right now we've reached, we're definitely looking over the edge right now. Like Jabbar, what would be, because I'm I like to be proactive. So you said there are things that are not involved in the conspiracy, but the fact that they never stop is always going to be a major story. Like I said, truth comes in three phases. First is denied, second is violently opposed, then it becomes self-evident. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about VCR. You're talking about drops. It's called cloud seeding. I can't recall what's the chemical that they put in the cloud and it's supposed to make it rain. Nah, it's not barium. Man, you went kind of back there, Alter. I didn't even recall. I was like, what is he? What is you went kind of back there, Alter. The disruption of one facet of the planet has a domino effect on the other parts, correct? Or does it depend on the level of disruption? Yeah, well, for every action, there's an opposite but equal reaction. Silver iodine, no, I don't think that's the chemical either. But it's you got to research cloud seeding, SEEDING. But what is, what do we do about these conspiracies? Or do we just calcium chloride? I mean, it could be. Like I said, I can't recall the name of the chemical. Shabar Thomas said we can't do anything except take the best part. So doesn't that kind of mean that the devil is more powerful than us? Like if he can do things and we can't do anything about it. Then you said materially he is. District 120, I think this is it right here. Silver iodide, potassium iodide. But what do you mean by that? Materially, the devil is more powerful than us. All right? No doubt, life. Peace. You said he got control of 3/4 of the earth's resources. I mean, I'm still not understanding what you're saying. Or, I don't, my question is not answered. You're saying that because he controls 3/4 of the earth's resources, that makes him materially powerful. I mean, I don't know if I agree with you on that. District 120 said if he is causing rain, then he can cause snow and hail. But see, when you pay careful attention, right, he's not actually causing the rain. He's coming, he's affecting a part of the process. You see, he's not making the water be drawn up 6 miles above the Earth's surface. You understand what I'm saying? He's not, in control of the gravity. When it says, the reason this water rains on our planet, these are not the things where what they're doing is, after, a cloud is already formed, they're able to, put some chemicals in there that cause it to distill, or even with the heart machine, what they're doing is like an oscillator, where they send out waves, and these waves can move the clouds into different positions, but they can't make it rain. Jabbar said, you asked if he was more powerful, and I said, materially he is. He got the vaccines, bombs, diseases, money, etc., etc. Even when they was fracking, they was causing earthquakes and things. See, here's the part where I disagree with you on, Jabbar, in terms of that making him powerful, right? Or maybe that's what you mean when you say that, when you say materially. You know what I'm saying? Is that, all of that is on a level of 6. These are not, this, when you talking about, bombs and things of that nature, right? This is a little bit different from, where we started this part of the conversation in terms of, manifesting ideas. You know what I'm saying? When we're talking about somebody that, they're launching conspiracies against you, right? They're launching conspiracies that have a negative impact on you. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to manifest some ideas too. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever it might be, just as an example, right? You have Jim Crow, right? Jim Crow was an idea, that was, manifested against us, and, the idea that we manifested was civil rights. You know what I'm saying? The struggle for civil rights. See, that's when you really talking about, manifesting some power. See, a lot of these things, look, you got your high powered computer. You see, if I unplug it, what you gonna do with it then? See, whenever you're dealing with the realm of 6, see, first of all, what's 6? 6 is equality. So for every move that could be made in the realm of 6, there's a counter move that could be made. When you're dealing with the realm of 6, yeah, it's about the early bird gets the worm. Whoever puts their ideas into activation, right? That's who's going to be successful. But a lot of these things, what you saying, just having material things. I don't agree that that makes you powerful. You know what I'm saying? You could say that things that any person accomplishes. Things that you are able to accumulate. May be a demonstration, right, of how much power you can manifest. But, even in terms of these things that you're saying, a lot of that's us, a lot of that's our power. See, just like you were saying with the Rosetta Stone, right? And we was discussing all the inventions that they came up with after they was able to decipher the Rosetta Stone. So now when we look at all these inventions, whose power is that? Is that their power, or is that our power that they're using? So I wouldn't, a lot of that stuff, can just as easily be used against them as it can be used by them. Man, you going way back. You going super far back, Ota'ad. Those I didn't even recall those joints. District 120 said if they know the currents of air, can they cause the cloud or mist to be, it says here, to be moved or drift to where it strikes cold currents or warm currents? The Weather Channel shows they know of the currents of air. Yeah, pretty much. That's what the heart machine does. So, I understand that part of what you're saying. You know, when you're saying in terms of when we say how much useful land is used every day, by the original man and by the colored man, yeah, he's using quite a bit over his 6 million that he's supposed to be. I understand this aspect of what you're saying. I just this is kind of I'm just not used to thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? Like even when I ask you, what do we do? You know what I'm saying? If there's this conspiracy or conspiracies, right, that's designed to hold us back in whatever way, what do we do about that? We come together, but right now we dealing with too much separation. Who's this? Stonks is back. Knowledge said, well, in a way, we have to look at it from multiple angles. Whether on our laws or not, he is in position to use his surroundings and ours to his benefit in ways we can't. That's his power. I mean, I understand. I understand that aspect of things. Infinite mind. But it's just one of those things like this, right? Let's say if you got Mike Tyson in his prime, right? Not the Mike Tyson that we saw, Mike Tyson in his prime, right? But when he got into a fight with somebody, right? But he was on his knees. And he wasn't standing on his feet in his regular ready position. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see the original man. Is that there's no way to be more powerful than the original man, right? Who's at his fullest potential. So, this kind of position, we weren't overpowered. I'm not saying that no force was used. I'm not saying that no violence was used. But remember, all of this is about tricks. This is about lack of knowledge. Like the colored man himself understands this. And this is why there's so many institutions, right, in the wilderness of North America that's specifically designed to keep the playing field from ever being level. Because he doesn't want to compete with our power on a level playing field. But you said you related to all of our ancient teachings. See, let me tell you something about these ancient teachings. right? And it's related to what you was saying. You know, that's one of the ways you can relate to it. See, the sun and moon have attractive power on our planet. But depending on the place where you at and the time that you in, the sun and moon have different attracting power. Just like it's winter here, right? Somewhere else, it's summer. So when you deal with these different ancient teachings from thousands of years ago, you can't always just plug and play. You can't look at they signs, what they was dealing with thousands of years ago, and fit it in necessarily with what we dealing with right here. Just like you was dealing with the precession of the equinoxes. Whether you're dealing with the age of Leo or the age of Pisces, or, you know what I'm saying, you know, all of these, the Aquarian, you know, the age of Aquarius, et cetera, et cetera. All of this is making a difference in how the knowledge and wisdom has to be applied. So you can come and tell me that, yeah, these people, you know, they were successful in doing something, but that's a different whole environment, a different whole climate than what we dealing with in the wilderness of North America. You said 360 is 360. I don't, meaning there's much from then that is relevant now. I mean, there would have to be some things that's still relevant now. You know, necessarily, you know, their teachings on you know, Judgment Day, like you were saying. I don't know if I agree with that. But I mean, you know, bring some of that up to date. Like how do we apply that science? Like how do we use that as a blueprint, right? To you know, be prosperous, you know, in 2021. Right, now look, Jabbar, you said they said it, right? You said they said it just in a different form. See, do we always necessarily understand what those forms are? Like right now, if you look at the hieroglyphics, right? you may see certain animals, right, that don't exist, at least not in the wilderness of North America right now. You see what I'm saying? Now those animals, they're using them, right? You know, one of the ways they use them is to uh, illustrate a characteristic. You know what I'm saying? Like if they showing a lion, you know, maybe they showing something, they saying something about strength or they saying something about courage. You know what I'm saying? If they show certain birds, you know what I'm saying, it is something, a characteristic that that bird has. Now, what if it's an animal that you don't know? How do you know what characteristic they try and let you know right there? All right, research will eventually reveal it, but where do we research? Because that's also a little part of this issue. Uh, you know, having, sources that are respected by everyone. Jabbar, what I'm saying, uh, like for instance, a few minutes ago, when the topic, the topic about the doggone tribe, yeah, that's something over there. Brilliant elevation there, yeah, they watching some kung fu. Some sources is meant to mislead. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How do we uh, decide on which sources? See, because in order for us to be able to come together, we got to be able to meet on some common ground. Guess we'll see what's going on with that eventually. Uh, we got any we've been kind of all over the map today, of course, but do we have any questions before we wrap this one up? Do we have any questions before we wrap this one up? Yeah, this one was we definitely we explored all over the map today. She said, here, if you pick a topic, we all research it. Our understanding will go beyond the reported research. Yeah, we had the app. If we had the app rolling today, uh, so Jabbar could have came on. And listen. Anyone? Bueller? Any last questions? Mr. Jabbar, you said you research all that you can. Yeah, I'm on tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Yeah, where is real hip hop? You can see real hip hop today. I mean, we'll be on. Is Wednesday? Is Wednesday too soon for you? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Mythbuster. I don't think the Mythbuster will like this one too tough. Is there 360 degrees of knowledge, 360 degrees of wisdom, 360 degrees of understanding? Yeah, for every mathematics is complete within itself. You know, you can't get to 2 without 1 being complete. You know, you can't get to 3 without 2 being complete. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I like to use examples because you know, you know, when we bring things into a real world situation and experience, it clarifies things. So see, if you got a baby and the baby is 1, it can't be 2 until after it completes 1. You know, if you at your job, you can't get to the 2nd hour until you completed the 1st hour. If a person is supposed to give you $2, they can't give you 96 cents and then give you another $1 and expect for that to be $2. The toughest one, the toughest question Prince asked me? See what, you know, in terms of an application, you know what I'm saying? You knowledge 120 lessons and you learn to speak 120 lessons, right? And then you understand 120 lessons, right? But it's not over. You still got to live out that culture. A cipher is from knowledge to born. You know, people will, you know, it sounds good, but, you know, don't, oh yeah, that Magneto was right, jump off. Raz Fresco, shout out to Raz. The biggest jewel. Ah, man. The biggest jewel. Yeah, I would have to think about that one. I would have to think about that one probably for a couple of days. I said, biggest jewel. Yeah, that'd take me a couple of days. All right, Jabbar. Peace. I guess we'll catch you. The first show on Proof, I was a group of brothers. A brother named Prince. Allah B was a part of that. Eileen was a part of that. That was like a group of brothers that executed that idea. Hardest question. That was 1971. Man, let me see. The hardest question. Yes, those some tough ones. Oh, Queen Latifah is playing in a movie with that she's Henrietta Lack. Is that who you talking? Tonight we all over the place. I don't know if we could go off topic tonight. Yeah, shout out to Curtis Blow and Biz Markie, man. You know, I saw a thing, I'm not sure, because the brother looks so different, but the brother, the other Dr. Dre, the one that used to be down with Ed Lover and Dr. Dre, he had some complications too, man, where he had like an amputation. Right, from MTV Raps, yeah. Right. You know, gotta take care, man, of. What you said here? Why would his head be taken if he travels the secret? Yeah, that's who we was talking about right there, Mr. Greenwood. But yeah, getting back to this question right here, why would his head be taken if he reveals the secret? Oh man. Like I said, like I just told the brother, today we've been a little bit all over the place. Mr. 120 right now is Be Righteous. But the secret, you know what I'm saying, is that they are going to be teaching Islam in Europe. Man, listen, we've been hanging off the edge of the cliff for a night. We've been hanging off the edge of the cliff for a night. What he said? Firstborn Prince asked, "What's today's degree last year?" That's a peculiar one. Yeah, they took up my time. We had two episodes today. Every week now, Rob One, it's we gotta keep heads level. you know, but at that time, Brilliant Elevation. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about the born degree, you know what I'm saying? Things is not, things is the war is already on. You know what I'm saying? Like even historically, when you go back to rather it's the Egyptian era or the Persian era, et cetera, right? There's been, there's been conflict between the people in Europe and the people in Asia Minor. You know what I'm saying? And so, when we see the Masonic people, right, we say that they teaching Islam in secret. What you said in 96? It was the 29th of February in 96. And I'm saying, so what was the answer? Welcome to the internet. All right. Well, he just asked me about that one, he asked me about that one aspect of the, why would their head be taken off for revealing the secret? A few references from updated works and sources would have slowed a lot of that madness. People don't, like I said, it's just like a desire that's out there. We looking for these kind of magic bullets, these magic cures. We looking for that button that we could press. You know what I'm saying? If you drink this right juice, you know what I'm saying? Or, if you got your sea moss, then you're gonna be instantly healthy. You know what I'm saying? Some of these, to me, they superpowers. That the potential may exist within man to do these things. But a lot of these little, we're gonna just do this one thing, we're gonna press this button, and then we're gonna be able to levitate and all of that. No, you're gonna have to go through a learning process the same way you had to go through that learning process in order for you to know how to walk, in order for you to know how to talk with everything else. It's not gonna be, a magical incantation. That's what Ultra I, what was the answer? I mean, wouldn't it be the same degree? Um, yeah, mine says very near correct in the 40th degree. But we setting up home. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, it's just a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? If we think that there's gonna be some magical thing that happens, right, that saves everybody and everything, right, then why do, you know what I'm saying? What's the point of doing any of the legwork? You know what I'm saying? Like if we was gonna just be magically let out of slavery, you know what I'm saying? Then, why did all these different brothers and sisters, you know, take all the different steps that they took, from, Harriet Tubman and just going to straight free slaves to people that work in the law field, people that work in the political field, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why do those things if it's a magic bullet? This is one of the things that happens, in religion. Well, if we're gonna be able to say these Hail Marys and still make it into heaven, then why are we following the law? Why are we doing righteous? So these things, and the way I see it, just the kind of the way we applying it, it's a slippery slope. It's Encyclopedia Brown. Yeah, pretty much. That's where it's at. It's just with commerce. To each degree, right? we had that was one of the where we started off doing that a lot. You know, that's something I got that from the older brothers. You know, between firstborn Prince and Saheem out in Medina, everybody had a name. Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't even catch that the first time. See, so it was 1996. So the answer was there was no wisdom born degree when it wasn't a leap year. Yeah, that's how we used to do. But at any rate, though, we won this one down. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that made it this far, do the each one teach one. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new. Tomorrow, hopefully we could you know, stay a little more level. Yeah, nah, this should be posted. This should be posted. This should be posted as soon as we off of here. Sometimes it's something that's going through the system, but that's like a YouTube thing. Yeah, who's? Yeah, it's Area 52. Definitely Area 52 over here for the last month. Right, yeah, outside. But of course, you know, tomorrow's a new day. We on at 7 o'clock. You know, we should be back with the links so people can come in and add on. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully we'll be able to stay a little bit more focused. We'll be able to stay a little bit more focused tomorrow. We see, we should ask each other questions like that every day. Like that was an everyday thing. That it was like, you ever seen the Pink Panther, the movie? And remember, Inspector Clouseau, he had the Chinese, butler, and you know, whenever he used to come in the house, the Chinese butler would, you know, have an attack ready for him, and they go back and forth. They go back and forth with each other, you know. That's kind of how it used to be. So we had all kinds of questions, like when you turn the light out, you know, if matter and energy is not created or destroyed. So when you turn the light out, where does the light go? That was one of them. So I really, we had like I said, we should do that pretty much every day. I mean, there was some good ones, you know what I mean? One that was a simple one, the highest number is 1. It seems simple. It seems simple. But when you really take the time to think about that and draw it up, the highest number is 1. There was in the 8th degree, in the 1 of 40, he had he had found 40 sciences that was in that degree. You know what I mean? Like when you deal with geography, topography, hydrology, all of these different scientific studies, right? That's in the 8th degree. That was a jewel, just in terms of, seeing, all of the signs, you know what I mean? Digging into the degree. You know what I'm saying? Where, you showing improving on every level. You know what I'm saying? All of the different, especially when you deal with the 8th degree and how many layers it is in there for you to understand. The science of the clock that I got, like if most people that I seen, they got it on paper. I didn't get it on paper. I got it, in a conversation. I got more, I got more details than is just on the paper. But at any rate, let me take it down. Firstborn Prince study method. Yeah, he was he was one of those quick quick people where, he learned like that and retained information, for a long time. So, I even seen it, happen to different people where he didn't have patience. He didn't have patience. Like if you couldn't pick up what he was putting down, it was only but so much times, he's really gonna go through that with you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he was self-taught. But until we see each other tomorrow, I'm gonna go ahead and say peace.